Coherent.
Logical and well-organized, easy to understand. A coherent strategy. A coherent policy. A coherent plan. A coherent approach. The leader outlined a coherent plan for reducing the budget without cutting services.
Aesthetic.
Relating to art or beauty. Aesthetic beauty. Aesthetic appeal. Aesthetic response. Aesthetic judgment. The aesthetic judgment is more powerful than the historical one.
Discrimination.
Distinguishing between two or more people or things. Age discrimination. Job discrimination. Class discrimination. Racial discrimination. People from ethnic minorities every so often faces prejudice and discrimination.
Momentum.
Speed of an object in motion. Gain a momentum. Maintain a momentum. Keep momentum. Lose momentum. The advertising campaign has been gaining momentum ever since the media appeal.
Coincidence.
When two things happen at the same time. A happy coincidence. A strange coincidence. A creepy coincidence. A fortunate coincidence. There is no such thing as a coincidence in this world, there is only the inevitable.
Dysfunction.
Not operating normally or properly. Family dysfunction. Sexual dysfunction. Erectile dysfunction. Muscle dysfunction. Educators say schools have been overwhelmed by the age of dysfunction.
Pollination.
Transfer the pollen from one plant to another. Pollination of crops. Pollination of flowers. Pollination by bees. Pollination by insects. For a plant or flower to produce seeds, pollination must occur between two flowers.
Abuse.
The improper use of something. Abuse of alcohol. Abuse of drugs. Abuse of authority. Abuse of power. The greater the power, the more dangerous the abuse.
Consequence.
A result of an action or situation. Global consequences. Devastating consequences. Deadly consequences. Potential consequence. The accident was the inevitable consequence of carelessness.
Assurance.
A positive promise or pledge. An assurance of safety. An assurance of security. An assurance of support. An assurance of loyalty. They gave an assurance that the work would be completed before the deadline.
Aggravate.
To make a bad situation worse. Aggravate a situation. Aggravate an injury. Aggravating circumstances. Aggravating factors. Cutting down a large scale of old forests may aggravate global warming.
Catastrophe.
A sudden and widespread disaster. A humanitarian catastrophe. An environmental catastrophe. An economic catastrophe. An imminent catastrophe. Drastic changes are needed if environmental catastrophe is to be avoided.
Breed.
To produce by sexual reproduction. A rare breed. An exotic breed. An endangered breed. A successful breed. This botanical garden now attracts over 50 species of breeding birds.
Deduction.
The act or process of deducting. A deduction from salary. A deduction from expenses. A deduction from income. A deduction from interest. The farm arrived at the budget solution through a simple process of deduction.
Intelligence.
Ability to understand and think about things. Military intelligence. Foreign intelligence. Strategic intelligence. Tactical intelligence. To be good at communication, you need a reasonable level of intelligence.
Outbreak.
A time when something suddenly begins. Disease outbreak. Devastating outbreak. Measles outbreak. Sporadic outbreaks. The recent outbreak of racial violence in the area is very disturbing.
Conclusive.
Showing that something is certainly true. Conclusive evidence. Conclusive proof. Conclusive results. Conclusive decision. Laboratory tests gave conclusive proof that the meat presents a high risk to human health.
Symptoms.
Subjective indication of a disorder or disease. Flu symptoms. Withdrawal symptoms. Allergic symptoms. Psychotic symptoms. The symptoms of depression can include poor appetite and weight loss.
Profound.
Having intellectual depth and insight. A profound impact. A profound effect. A profound influence. A profound implication. Psychology offers profound insights into the true nature of human.
Response.
A reaction to a question or experience. Disaster response. Emergency response. Appropriate response. Immediate response. We wish the government would be more attentive to detail in their response.
Discourse.
Written or spoken communication or debate. A political discourse. A philosophical discourse. A science discourse. A feminist discourse. Reading makes a full man, meditation a profound man, discourse a clear man.
Excavate.
To dig a hole in the ground. Excavate a site. Excavate a fossil. Excavate a grave. Excavate a skeleton. Archaeologists excavated the sites carefully and record everything they see and find.
Facilitate.
To make something possible or easier. Facilitate dialogue. Facilitate cooperation. Facilitate integration. Facilitate access. The new trade agreement should facilitate more rapid economic growth.
Domestic.
Relating to the home and the household. Domestic affairs. Domestic dispute. Domestic flights. Domestic violence. The company hopes to attract both foreign and domestic investors.
Deterioration.
The process of becoming progressively worse. Rapid deterioration. Significant deterioration. Physical deterioration. Psychological deterioration. Mental and physical deterioration both occur naturally with age.
Anticipate.
Think that something will probably happen. Anticipate a decline. Anticipate a slowdown. Anticipate a reaction. Anticipate a catastrophe. A good speaker is able to anticipate an audience's needs and concerns.
Comprehend.
To understand something completely. Comprehend the importance. Comprehend the meaning. Comprehend the implications. Comprehend the algorithms. It is difficult to comprehend the sheer scale of the suffering caused by the war.
Landmark.
A building or place that is easily recognized. A historic landmark. A famous landmark. An architectural landmark. A local landmark. The invention of the silicon chip was a landmark in the history of the computer technology.
Fauna.
The animals of a particular area. Marine fauna. Diverse fauna. Native fauna. Local fauna. The forest's fauna is safeguarded by local wildlife protection laws.
Fraudulent.
Intended to deceive people. A fraudulent scheme. A fraudulent transaction. A fraudulent claim. A fraudulent email. It is thought that fraudulent actions revolve around the insurance sectors.
Abandoned.
Left without care and protection. Abandoned boats. Abandoned buildings. Abandoned factories. Abandoned property. The project had to be abandoned due to a lack of government funding.
State of the art.
The most recent stage in the development. State-of-the-art equipment. State-of-the-art technology. State-of-the-art facility. State-of-the-art design. They use state-of-the-art technology in their sound and lighting systems.
Genetic.
Relating to the science of genetics. Genetic engineering. Genetic modification. Genetic mutation. Genetic testing. Genetic engineering will have revolutionary consequences for mankind.
Abnormal.
Deviating from the normal or average. Abnormal bleeding. Abnormal behavior. Abnormal rhythm. Abnormal heartbeat. Researchers have identified the gene that causes abnormal growth.
Groundbreaking.
Introducing new ideas or methods. A groundbreaking research. A groundbreaking discovery. A groundbreaking ceremony. A groundbreaking study. He was awarded for his groundbreaking work in nuclear physics.
Hierarchy.
Organizing people according to status. A social hierarchy. A corporate hierarchy. A bureaucratic hierarchy. A business hierarchy. He worked his way up through the corporate hierarchy to become a manager.
Imminent.
Likely to occur at any moment. An imminent threat. An imminent danger. An imminent attack. An imminent war. Many medical experts believe that the conquest of cancer is imminent.
Irreparable.
Impossible to repair or make right again. Irreparable damage. Irreparable harm. Irreparable injury. Irreparable loss. Incidents of this type cause irreparable damage in relation to the environment.
Statutory.
Relating to formal laws or statutes. A statutory duty. A statutory requirement. A statutory obligation. A statutory provision. There is no statutory right to have bank holidays off as paid leave.
Accelerate.
To happen faster or earlier. Accelerate growth. Accelerate a process. Accelerate gradually. Accelerate rapidly. The progress of the disease seems to have accelerated in recent times.
Tariff.
System of taxes placed by a government. A tariff on imports. A tariff on goods. Impose a tariff. Levy a tariff. It is not clear whether higher tariffs would also be linked to environmental standards.
Succinct.
Very brief in statement or expression. A succinct summary. A succinct description. A succinct statement. A succinct verdict. The book gives an admirably succinct account of its evolution and its history.
Aerial.
Existing, happening, or operating in the air. Aerial attack. Aerial delivery. Aerial detection. Aerial inspection. Aerial photography has revolutionized the research of archaeology.
Advocate.
Publicly recommend or support. Advocate reform. Advocate legislation. Strongly advocate. Publicly advocate. They were strong advocates of free market policies and a multi-party system.
Legitimate.
To make something legal or acceptable. A legitimate heir. A legitimate ruler. A legitimate marriage. A legitimate excuse. Most consultants appear to recognize homeopathy as a legitimate form of medicine.
Terminate.
When something ends, or stop it. Terminate a contract. Terminate an agreement. Terminate a plan. Terminate a trade. The company has the right to terminate any contract without penalty.
Cognitive.
The processes of thinking and reasoning. Cognitive development. Cognitive impairment. Cognitive skills. Cognitive psychology. As children grow older, their cognitive processes become sharper.
Heritage.
Property that descends to an heir. Ancestors' heritage. World's heritage. Cultural heritage. National heritage. These monuments are a vital part of the cultural heritage of the world.
Assessment.
Making a judgment about something. Student assessment. Classroom assessment. Large-scale assessment. Standardized assessment. The assessment for the progression involves written assignments and practical tests.
Barrier.
An obstacle that prevents movement or access. Barrier. Language barrier. Safety barrier. Security barrier. The Sahara Desert is a permanent barrier between North and Central Africa.
Exemption.
Permission to ignore rule or obligation. Exemption from a law. Exemption from a tax. Seek an exemption. Grant an exemption. Candidates with a qualification in biology have an exemption from this course.
Treaty.
Official agreement between countries. A peace treaty. A climate treaty. A draft treaty. A formal treaty. Theoretically, the two countries are still at war, as a peace treaty was never signed.
Complication.
A complicated condition or structure. Short-term complications. Long-term complications. Serious complication. Severe complication. An added complication is the growing concern about the climate change.
Empirical.
Derived from experiment and observation. An empirical observation. An empirical finding. From empirical evidence. From empirical analysis. Empirical studies show that some alternative medicine is really effective.
Repercussion.
A bad consequence of an action. Serious repercussions. Potential repercussions. Negative repercussions. Damaging repercussions. Any decline in tourism could have serious repercussions for the local economy.
Undermine.
Make something less important and less powerful. Undermine a notion. Undermine a theory. Undermine an assumption. Undermine an argument. Economic aid tends to undermine the national independence of poor countries.
Long-term.
Involving a relatively long period of time. Long-term care. Long-term effects. Long-term exposure. Long-term hazards. It is challenging to make long-term forecasts for a fast-growing education system.
Efficient.
Working in a well-organized and competent way. Energy efficient. Economically efficient. Technically efficient. Operationally efficient. We must make the most efficient use of the available natural resources.
Emerging.
Just beginning to exist or be noticed. Emerging markets. Emerging problems. Emerging technology. Emerging trends. The emerging science of photography has already changed styles in art.
Scrutinize.
Inspect closely and thoroughly. Scrutinize a decision. Scrutinize an application. Scrutinize a proposal. Scrutinize a judgment. His performance was carefully scrutinized by the regulatory authority.
Carbon dating.
The determination of the age of old material. Carbon dating tests. Carbon dating methods. Carbon dating techniques. Carbon dating events. They used a carbon dating procedure to know the exact date of the skeleton.
Exposure.
The act of exposing or laying open. Public's exposure. Radiation exposure. Radioactive exposure. Toxic exposure. Prolonged exposure to the sun can cause different types of skin cancer.
Fastest growing.
Growing very quickly. Fastest growing economy. Fastest growing market. Fastest growing religion. Fastest growing segment. People over the age of 60 make up the fastest growing population segment.
Withstand.
To stand or hold out against. Withstand an attack. Withstand a challenge. Withstand an onslaught. Withstand an earthquake. The wooden boat was built to withstand every weather condition at sea.
Biased.
Preferring someone or something unfairly. A biased argument. A biased testimony. A biased opinion. A biased decision. Managers are generally biased towards projects showing a quick return.
Uphold.
To defend or keep a principle or law. Uphold a principle. Uphold a standard. Uphold a tradition. Uphold a trend. The government has promised to uphold the values of democracy.
Corporate.
Relating to a large company or group. Corporate culture. Corporate hierarchy. Corporate influence. Corporate ladder. The company is shifting its corporate headquarters from New York to Houston.
Commodities.
Any useful or valuable things. Basic commodities. Tradable commodities. Marketable commodities. Valuable commodities. Air conditioners are one of the many commodities that Japan sells overseas.
Compensate.
Giving money in recognition of loss. Financially compensated. Adequately compensated. Amply compensated. Fully compensated. The factory will compensate their workers if they are injured at work.
Unanimous.
A complete or absolute agreement. A unanimous verdict. A unanimous agreement. A unanimous vote. A unanimous support. After a lengthy discussion, they reached a unanimous decision on the proposal.
Amendment.
The process of altering a law or document. Proposed amendment. Constitutional amendment. Major amendment. Minor amendment. If the proper amendments were adopted, the system would become safe.
Discretionary.
Left to individual choice or judgment. Discretionary authority. Discretionary power. Discretionary grant. Discretionary fund. Some students are eligible for a discretionary grant for their university courses.
Cross-section.
A representative sample of a larger group. A cross-section of people. A cross-section of society. A cross-section of humanity. A cross-section of opinion. People applied for the job from a complete cross-section of society, male and female.
Deviation.
Departure from a standard or norm. Deviation from a norm. Deviation from a path. Deviation from a pattern. Deviation from a rule. Deviation from obeying the speed limit is what causes dangerous accidents on the road.
Pragmatic.
Dealing with things sensibly and realistically. A pragmatic approach. A pragmatic attitude. A pragmatic view. A pragmatic reason. The scientist had a pragmatic approach to dealing with the plastic pollution.
Depiction.
A representation in words or images. A graphic depiction. An accurate depiction. A realistic depiction. A vivid depiction. The story is captivating in its depiction of the country's early history.
Surpass.
Better or more than something else. Surpass a mark. Surpass a record. Surpass an achievement. Surpass an expectation. He was determined to surpass the achievements of his opponent player.
Viability.
Ability to survive or live successfully. Financial viability. Economic viability. Commercial viability. Long-term viability. The increasing amount of costs are threatening the viability of many businesses.
Interference.
Someone tries to interfere in a situation. Government interference. State interference. Bureaucratic interference. Foreign interference. The program has also been spoiled by political interference and corruption.
Rigorous.
Extremely thorough and careful. Rigorous scrutiny. Rigorous evaluation. Rigorous analysis. Rigorous testing. The second team adopted a much more rigorous approach to the final match.
Privileged.
Special benefits available only to some people. A privileged background. A privileged upbringing. A privileged position. A privileged class. Education is considered to be a privilege in many rural communities.
Widespread.
Distributed over a wide region. Widespread discrimination. Widespread corruption. Widespread criticism. Widespread resentment. The demonstrations took place against a background of widespread unemployment.
Apparent.
Clearly visible or understood. An apparent failure. An apparent reason. An apparent attempt. An apparent condition. How do you explain the apparent discrepancies between the rich and poor?
Concern.
To trouble someone with feelings of anxiety. Health concern. Safety concerns. Public concern. Widespread concern. There is a concern in animal conservation that the giant panda will soon become extinct.
Counter.
To speak up in opposition. Counter-threat. Counterclaim. Counter-accusation. Counter-argument. The politician had to counter the accusations being made against him.
Ability.
The quality of being able to perform. Academic ability. Cognitive ability. Mental ability. Remarkable ability. Machines multiply our labor and increase our ability to be more productive.
Deficiency.
An insufficient amount of something. A nutritional deficiency. A dietary deficiency. A vitamin deficiency. A severe deficiency. Severe iron deficiency can cause developmental delay and growth retardation.
Academic.
Relating to study and education. Academic eligibility. Academic integrity. Academic probation. Academic research. An academic magazine has full of tips for both teachers and students.
Dehydration.
Absence of a sufficient amount of water. Avoid dehydration. Prevent dehydration. Cause dehydration. Severe dehydration. The dehydration process occurs more quickly in desert environments.
Attention.
Notice taken of someone or something. Attention deficit. Attention span. Attention grabbing. Medical attention. People from all walks of life must pay attention to environmental problems.
Reaction.
A return or opposing action. Chain reaction. Drug reaction. Adverse reaction. Nuclear reaction. The decision made by the local government provoked an angry reaction from local residents.
Ethical.
Dealing with morals or the principles. An ethical dilemma. An ethical obligation. An ethical principle. An ethical implication. There are certain ethical principles that are basic to all the societies.
Culture.
Social behavior of a particular people or society. Traditional culture. Mainstream culture. Entrepreneur culture. Corporate culture. In the culture of Japan, people bow to each other when they meet.
Fraud.
Misleading conduct done by someone. Perpetrator fraud. Orchestrator fraud. Commit a fraud. Prevent a fraud. The policy benefit includes full protection against fraud and extended warranty coverage.
Measure.
Units that are used to express the size, an amount. Relief measures. Safety measure. Security measure. Protective measures. Their security measure proved successful and the projected lines were completed.
Practitioner.
Someone who works as a doctor or a lawyer. A general practitioner. A qualified practitioner. A medial practitioner. An alternative practitioner. Affected patients are recommended to seek the advice of a qualified health practitioner.
Sexual.
Associated with sex or the sexes. Sexual abuse. Sexual harassment. Sexual misconduct. Sexual orientation. Sexual exploitation and sexual manipulation constitute serious misconduct.
Predator.
An animal that eats other animals. A natural predator. A violent predator. A marine predator. A feral predator. The arrival of new predators threatened the survival of native species.
Accuracy.
The state of being correct or precise. Absolute accuracy. Historical accuracy. Total accuracy. Uncanny accuracy. The trainer has tried to increase the precision and accuracy of students' writing.
Propaganda.
Information of a biased or misleading nature. Spread propaganda. Disseminate propaganda. Believe propaganda. Prevent propaganda. These reports clearly contain elements of anti-government propaganda.
Provoke.
To cause a particular reaction or feeling. Provoke a reaction. Provoke a response. Provoke a backlash. Provoke an outcry. The noise from the airport would have provoked alarm and neighborly concern.
Combat.
Fight or contend against, oppose vigorously. Combat terrorism. Combat racism. Combat corruption. Combat pollution. The authorities should take more steps to combat racism in schools.
Recession.
A prolonged downturn in economy. A global recession. A severe recession. An economic recession. Survive a recession. The rise in joblessness is seen as indicative of a new economic recession.
Respiration.
The action of breathing. Anaerobic respiration. Artificial respiration. Slow respiration. Rapid respiration. Some animal tissues still practice anaerobic respiration, including muscle fibers.
Restrain.
To prevent from doing something. Restrain spending. Restrain growth. Restrain inflation. Restrain costs. The government is taking steps to restrain forthcoming inflation.
Assign.
Give someone a particular job or task. Assign a task. Assign a chore. Assign a duty. Assign a homework. Three detectives have been assigned to work on the murder case.
Diplomatic.
Smoothness and skill in handling others. Diplomatic activities. Diplomatic discussion. Diplomatic mission. Diplomatic relations. Both countries agreed to establish full diplomatic relations.
Scarcity.
Scarcity of resources. Scarcity of commodities. Scarcity of supplies. Scarcity of raw materials. The scarcity of skilled workers is worrying the manufacturing companies.
Chronic.
Continuing for a long time. Chronic anxiety. Chronic illnesses. Chronic infection. Chronic headache. One cause of the poet's suicide seems to have been chronic poverty.
Secular.
Not having any connection with religion. A secular democracy. A secular society. A secular regime. A secular ideology. Primary education should be free and secular in every single nation.
Staple.
A principal raw material or commodity. A staple diet. A staple food. A staple ingredient. A staple crop. Vegetables are a staple part of a healthy diet if you want to stay in shape.
Synonymous.
Very closely connected to something. Synonymous with quality. Synonymous with luxury. Synonymous with excellence. Synonymous with wealth. Innovation in social sectors is synonymous with the well-being of a country.
Activate.
Make something active or operative. Activate a system. Activate a process. Activate an alarm. Activate a gene. In certain rare circumstances, some vaccines could activate the disease.
Temperate.
Showing moderation weather patterns. A temperate climate. A temperate region. A temperate zone. A temperate rainforest. The Nile Valley keeps a temperate climate throughout the year.
Unification.
The process of unifying or uniting. A happy unification. A peaceful unification. A national unification. A political unification. There was a widespread demand for constitutional reform and national unification.
Mechanism.
A system of doing something. Survival mechanism. Coping mechanism. Underlying mechanism. Defense mechanism. This defense mechanism protects vulnerable animals from potential predators.
Distribution.
The act of dividing something among people. Geographical distribution. Population distribution. Asymmetric distribution. Balanced distribution. The map shows the distribution of population across the African continents.
Precautionary.
done, or used for protection in advance. A precautionary measure. A precautionary step. A precautionary approach. Precautionary action. Several precautionary measures were taken in the experimental phase of the design.
Constructive.
Intended to be useful or helpful. Constructive discussion. Constructive criticism. Constructive approach. Constructive engagement. The President urged all parties to play a constructive role in the reform process.
Antagonism.
Strong dislike or opposition. Personal antagonism. Racial antagonism. Deep-rooted antagonism. Strong antagonism. The gap between rich and poor is widening and class antagonism is growing.
Alternative.
Two or more available possibilities. Alternative medicine. Alternative viewpoints. Alternative hypothesis. Alternative technology. Experts are developing an alternative approach to treating the chronic disease.
Optimum.
The most favorable situation. Optimum level. Optimum condition. Optimum result. Optimum temperature. The layout of the city center makes optimum use of the space available.
Meticulous.
Showing great attention to detail. Meticulous care. Meticulous attention. Meticulous detail. Meticulous planning. Many hours of meticulous preparation have gone into designing the gallery.
Cumulative.
Increasing by successive additions. Cumulative effect. Cumulative development. Cumulative risks. Cumulative results. Depression is often triggered by the cumulative effects of stress and overwork.
Architecture.
Designing and constructing buildings. Classical architecture. Medieval architecture. Baroque architecture. Contemporary architecture. The museum exemplifies the style of architecture which was popular at the time.
Backlash.
A strong negative reaction. A political backlash. A conservative backlash. A public backlash. A violent backlash. The government is facing an angry backlash from voters over the new tax.
Artifacts.
Objects that have historical importance. Historical artifacts. Cultural artifacts. Abstract artifacts. Graphic artifacts. This precious artifact was created during the 17th century in Ireland.
Contradiction.
Ideas in opposition to one another. A direct contradiction. An apparent contradiction. Obvious contradiction. Seeming contradiction. A new scientific hypothesis is in flat contradiction to the theory of relativity.
Primitive.
Relating to the earliest age or period. A primitive tribe. A primitive society. A primitive belief. A primitive instinct. Early settlers in America had to cope with very primitive living conditions.
Salient.
Most noticeable or important. A salient feature. A salient point. A salient fact. A salient issue. Long-term fatigue is also one of the salient features of depression.
Eloquent.
Fluent, or persuasive in speaking or writing. Eloquent speech. Eloquent argument. Eloquent testimony. Eloquent appeal. A person who is eloquent is good at communication and able to persuade people.
Restoration.
Putting something into its original condition. Restoration of sovereignty. Restoration of democracy. Restoration of good health. Restoration of an economy. Many of the historical buildings have undergone extensive restoration.
Competence.
The ability to do something successfully. Academic competence. Cognitive competence. Professional competence. Technical competence. The Navy selection process is based on rigorous tests of competence and experience.
Extraterrestrial.
From outside the Earth, or its atmosphere. Extraterrestrial life. Extraterrestrial intelligence. Extraterrestrial phenomena. Extraterrestrial civilization. Discovering extraterrestrial intelligence would have profound significance.
Affiliate.
Organizations connected with larger groups. Affiliate marketing. Affiliate programs. Affiliate link. Affiliate products. The universities are aligned to affiliate with other academic institutions.
Adverse.
Having a negative or harmful effect. Adverse effects. Adverse reaction. Adverse outcome. Adverse circumstances. The tournament has been cancelled because of adverse weather conditions.
Adjacent.
Being in close proximity. Adjacent building. Adjacent neighborhood. Adjacent area. Adjacent land. The land is conveniently located adjacent to the industrial area.
Efficient.
Working well and producing good results. Fuel efficient. Energy efficient. Highly efficient. Extremely efficient. The procedure is not completely efficient, improvements could be made.
Archaeological.
Relating to archaeology. Archaeological evidence. Archaeological finds. Archaeological site. Archaeological treasure. New archaeological discoveries prove the existence of many old civilizations.
Ally.
A country that agrees to help or support. Ally in a war. Ally in a campaign. Wartime ally. Political ally. Central parties are more powerful and less likely to need allies.
Amend.
Make changes to improve something. Amend a law. Amend a bill. Amend a treaty. Amend a legislation. The ministry agreed to amend the constitution and allow multi-party elections.
Anatomical.
Meaning, relating to the structure of the body. Anatomical studies. Anatomical structures. Anatomical specimen. Anatomical drawing. The research finding is a precise anatomical snapshot of the brain.
Anesthetic.
Pertaining to or causing physical insensibility. Inject an anesthetic. Administer an anesthetic. Require an anesthetic. Use an anesthetic. This therapy requires a small operative procedure and a local anesthetic.
Belief.
An acceptance that something exists or is true. Widely held belief. Long-standing belief. Popular belief. Traditional belief. It is our belief that we will find a cure for cancer in the next 10 years.
Ancestor.
Relative who lived a long time ago. A common ancestor. A distant ancestor. Immediate ancestor. Deceased ancestor. A lot of the people there are descended from a common ancestor.
Budget.
Provide a particular amount of money in a budget. Budget cuts. Budget deficit. Budget surplus. Budget shortfall. Shrinking budgets have increased competition for scarce resources in the word.
Arid.
Very dry and without enough rain for plants. An arid land. An arid region. An arid landscape. An arid desert. The crops cannot grow well in the arid ground because the soil is too dry.
Assert.
To state firmly that something is true. Confidently assert. Bluntly assert. Boldly assert. Repeatedly assert. Managers are usually reluctant to assert their authority over their employees.
Atomic.
Propelled or driven by atomic energy. Atomic energy. Atomic weapons. Atomic bomb. Atomic particles. The consumption of atomic energy will revolutionize the lives of coming generations.
Disease.
An illness that affects a person. Disease-prone. Disease-carrying. Disease-causing. Disease-stricken. Health experts are working to stop the spread of disease in rural areas.
Attain.
To achieve something difficult to do. Attain enlightenment. Attain perfection. Attain a goal. Attain an objective. In this wild, many of the species attain a large size, and all are of very rapid growth.
Audit.
Conduct an official financial inspection. Audit a company. Audit an account. An audit committee. An audit report. Each year they audit our accounts and confirm them as being true and fair.
Expected.
Believed to be going to happen. Higher than expected. Larger than expected. Longer than expected. Lower than expected. It's expected that new job opportunities will be available next year.
Organ.
An organ is a part of the body. Organ damage. Organ donation. Organ recipient. Organ transplant. It has been established that the human brain is an incredibly complex organ.
Apparatus.
Piece of equipment used for specific activities. Breathing apparatus. Electrical apparatus. Underwater apparatus. Mechanical apparatus. The company lacked the scientific personnel to promote the technical apparatus.
Religious.
Relating to or believing in a religion. Religious conservatives. Religious gathering. Religious prejudice. Religious background. For most people, liberty means the freedom to practice their religious and political beliefs.
Unpredictable.
Not able to be predicted or uncertain. Unpredictable result. Unpredictable situation. Unpredictable weather. Unpredictable consequences. The unpredictable weather makes it sunny one day and rainy the next.
White collar.
Relating to people who work in offices. A white-collar worker. A white-collar employee. A white-collar occupation. A white-collar union. White-collar workers now work longer hours than the blue-collar.
Activists.
One who advocates or practices activism. Animal rights activist. Labor union activist. Anti-slavery activist. Anti-tobacco activist. There are many activists in different countries contacted on the animal rights issue.
Paradigm.
A standard model of something. A new paradigm. A cultural paradigm. An economic paradigm. A scientific paradigm. A new paradigm in technology could mean a new way of solving problems.
Consensus.
Agreement among all the people involved. A scientific consensus. A cross-party consensus. A broad consensus. A general consensus. There is a consensus among scientists about the catastrophe of climatic events.
Sovereign.
Possessing supreme or ultimate power. A sovereign nation. A sovereign state. A sovereign government. A sovereign society. It is believed that Greece was the sovereign power of ancient culture.
Accumulate.
To collect or increase something gradually. Accumulate wealth. Accumulate debt. Accumulate wisdom. Accumulate knowledge. Researchers accumulated new ecological information that had not been previously reported.
Tentative.
Pertaining to a trial, not certain. A tentative agreement. A tentative settlement. A tentative conclusion. A tentative theory. The company made a tentative arrangement to support the local wildlife.
Arbitrary.
Decided or arranged without any reason. An arbitrary arrest. An arbitrary imprisonment. An arbitrary execution. An arbitrary deadline. Although arbitrary arrests are unlawful, they continue to occur in many communities.
Intrinsic.
Essential qualities or features. Intrinsic value. Intrinsic worth. Intrinsic merit. Intrinsic importance. These types of jobs are repetitive, lengthy, and lack any intrinsic interest.
Abundant.
Existing or available in large quantities. Abundant resources. Abundant supply. Abundant evidence. Abundant crops. Australia produces abundant quantities and nearly all varieties of fruits.
Adhere.
To attach firmly to something usually. Adhere to beliefs. Adhere to ideals. Adhere to principle. Adhere to standards. All members of the association adhere to a strict code of practice.
Safeguard.
Protect from harm or damage. A legal safeguard. An adequate safeguard. An appropriate safeguard. An environmental safeguard. There are many safeguards built into the system to prevent fraud.
Indigenous.
Originating naturally in a particular place. Indigenous community. Indigenous people. Indigenous language. Indigenous culture. In this region, the most indigenous inhabitants are the American Indians.
Medieval.
Connected with the Middle Ages. A medieval castle. A medieval fortress. A medieval church. A medieval knight. India has considerable medieval and modern literature in various languages.
Pressing.
Urgent or needing to be dealt with immediately. A pressing issue. A pressing concern. A pressing problem. A pressing question. Racial discrimination has become a pressing issue in our contemporary society.
Vivid.
Producing powerful feelings or clear images. A vivid description. A vivid portrait. A vivid imagery. A vivid recollection. The scientist used vivid examples in the illustration of his innovative theory.
Status quo.
The existing situation or condition. Maintain the status quo. Support the status quo. Change the status quo. Threaten the status quo. Environmental conservation generally works in favor of maintaining the status quo.
Volatile.
Likely to change suddenly and unexpectedly. A volatile market. A volatile economy. A volatile situation. A volatile region. Sending the police inside will only make the hostage situation more volatile.
Ideology.
A set of ideas, beliefs, and attitudes. A political ideology. A religious ideology. A secular ideology. A liberal ideology. The party's guidelines were based on prejudice rather than on any coherent ideology.
Acute.
Sharp or severe effect. Acute pain. Acute symptoms. Acute illness. Acute infection. Animals use night vision and an acute sense of hearing to find prey in the dark.
Protocol.
An official set of procedures. A wireless protocol. An Internet protocol. An encryption protocol. A network protocol. At this time, only a few nations have formally sanctioned the Kyoto Protocol.
Compilation.
Something collected or compiled. A compilation of songs. A compilation of rituals. A compilation of data. A compilation of photographs. This is a compilation of ritual and spiritual and had a profound influence on Muslim life.
Feminine.
Pertaining to the female gender. A feminine trait. A feminine attribute. A feminine ideal. A feminine role. A prominent characteristic of the feminine psyche is to seek approval from others.
Flawed.
Having a defect or imperfection. A flawed premise. A flawed assumption. A flawed logic. A flawed reasoning. These applications are flawed and will not achieve the aim of sustainable development.
Convincing.
Appearing worthy of belief. A convincing argument. A convincing explanation. A convincing theory. A convincing evidence. There is convincing evidence of a link between exposure to the sun and skin cancer.
Formulate.
Putting together different parts. Formulate a strategy. Formulate a policy. Formulate a hypothesis. Formulate a theory. The government needs to formulate new strategies to combat crime.
Distortion.
To change the appearance, sound, or shape. Distortion of the truth. Distortion of the history. Distortion of the facts. Distortion of the image. Their account of the incident was a grotesque distortion of the truth.
Abide by.
To accept or act according to a law. Abide by a rule. Abide by a law. Abide by a restriction. Abide by an agreement. Teens need to learn safe driving skills and abide by the traffic rules.
Evidence.
To prove something is true or not true. Eyewitness evidence. Compelling evidence. Conflicting evidence. Forensic evidence. They have enough evidence to substantiate the allegations against him.
Acknowledgement.
Acceptance of the truth or existence of something. Formal acknowledgement. Generous acknowledgement. Public acknowledgement. Sincere acknowledgement. We are still waiting for some acknowledgement from our fellow academics.
Mitigating.
Making something less harmful and unpleasant. Mitigating factors. Mitigating actions. Mitigating measures. Mitigating circumstances. Judges often give reduced sentences where there are mitigating circumstances.
Comparatively.
As compared to something else. Comparatively small. Comparatively rare. Comparatively mild. Comparatively cheap. Comparatively few books have been written on artificial intelligence.
Entrepreneurial.
Relating to a business or endeavor. An entrepreneurial culture. An entrepreneurial spirit. An entrepreneurial mindset. An entrepreneurial venture. Entrepreneurial organizations clearly fall into the task-oriented category.
Advertising.
Announce publicly that something is available. Advertising agency. Advertising campaign. Advertising expenses. Advertising slogan. Nowadays, several leading creatives are involved in advertising campaigns.
Fellow.
A person granted funds for advanced study. Fellow academic. Fellow agent. Fellow practitioner. Fellow scientist. As a pedagogical expert, he was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society.
Predominant.
Present as the strongest or main element. A predominant symptom. A predominant characteristic. A predominant influence. A predominant role. Flying continues to be the predominant means of travel despite increased airfares.
Decay.
To become gradually damaged. Moral decay. Physical decay. Social decay. Gradual decay. Despite the decay, the castle somehow retained a profound grandeur.
Constitution.
Basic principles and laws of a nation. A written constitution. An old constitution. An interim constitution. A democratic constitution. Our constitution embodies all the fundamental principles of democracy.
Conventional.
Usual, or traditional type. Conventional wisdom. Conventional thinking. Conventional treatment. Conventional methods. Today, patients seek to heal through both alternative medicine and conventional medicine.
Resolve.
To solve or end a problem. Resolve a dispute. Resolve a conflict. Resolve a crisis. Resolve an issue. Attempts are being made to resolve the problem of environmental pollution.
Abortion.
A deliberate termination of a human pregnancy. Abortion policy. Abortion protesters. Abortion rate. Abortion rights. There has been much dispute over the question of legalized abortion.
Dense.
Containing a lot of matter in a small space. A dense rainforest. A dense population. A dense crowd. A dense network. The mountains on the north coast are clothed with dense forests.
Depletion.
Reduction in the amount or number. The depletion of ozone layer. The depletion of resources. Soil depletion. Oxygen depletion. Increased use of water has led to the rapid depletion of groundwater reserves.
Ecosystem.
A complex network of environment. A marine ecosystem. A coastal ecosystem. A fragile ecosystem. A balanced ecosystem. All the creatures in an ecosystem are part of an evolutionary continuum.
Redundancy.
A situation where the worker is no longer needed. Compulsory redundancies. Voluntary redundancy. A redundancy package. A redundancy program. Thousands of bank employees are facing redundancy as their employers cut costs.
Autonomous.
Independent and having own government. An autonomous region. An autonomous province. An autonomous company. An autonomous unit. Teenagers should have the autonomous power to make their own decision.
Concurrent.
Existing simultaneously or side by side. Concurrent events. Concurrent symptoms. Concurrent infections. Concurrent occurrences. The art gallery is holding 3 concurrent exhibitions in the summer.
Pinpoint.
Locate or describe exactly or precisely. Pinpoint the location. Pinpoint the cause. Pinpoint the origin. Pinpoint the problem. Computer technology can calculate the virus with pinpoint accuracy.
Genre.
A specific type of music, film, or writing. A musical genre. A literary genre. A sci-fi genre. A popular genre. The musician has written various genres of music throughout his career.
Fundamental.
Forming a necessary base or core. Fundamental issue. Fundamental problem. Fundamental question. Fundamental rights. The economic revolution brought about a fundamental change in the country.
Integrity.
The state of being whole and undivided. Artistic integrity. Intellectual integrity. Academic integrity. Moral integrity. A practical way to show integrity is to work hard even when nobody is watching.
Correlation.
The connection between two or more things. A strong correlation. A direct correlation. A positive correlation. A negative correlation. Investigators have found a direct correlation between smoking and lung cancer.
Prone.
Having a tendency or inclination. Prone to damage. Prone to attack. Prone to accident. Prone to injury. The test will identify which patients are most prone to develop lung cancer.
Dogma.
A set of firm beliefs held by a group. Ideological dogma. Religious dogma. Cultural dogma. Outdated dogma. The newspaper has been seeking to be independent of political dogma.
Yield.
To supply or produce something. Yield results. Yield information. Yield clues. Yield insights. New methods have yielded promising results in the research field.
Collaboration.
The act of working together. A scientific collaboration. A technical collaboration. A research collaboration. A major collaboration. The two laboratories are working in close collaboration with each other.
Definitive.
Most reliable or complete. A definitive answer. A definitive agreement. A definitive statement. A definitive conclusion. In the end, there is no definitive consensus on which system is more productive.
Epidemic.
A widespread occurrence of an infectious disease. A global epidemic. A deadly epidemic. An infectious epidemic. A malaria epidemic. Obesity is considered to be a global epidemic that affects millions of children.
Pivotal.
Being of crucial importance. A pivotal role. A pivotal moment. A pivotal point. A pivotal position. The Bank of England has a pivotal role in the London money market.
Condemn.
Express strong disapproval of. Strongly condemn. Bitterly condemn. Publicly condemn. Unequivocally condemn. Religious leaders united yesterday to condemn the latest wave of violence.
Legal.
Permitted by law. Legal action. Legal advisor. Legal aspects. Legal obligation. Prisoners should be able to seek legal advice when they face any treatment issues.
Time-consuming.
Taking a lot of or too much time. A time-consuming process. A time-consuming method. A time-consuming task. A time-consuming procedure. Some of the more time-consuming jobs can now be done by machines.
Vocational.
Relating to an occupation or employment. Vocational training. Vocational education. Vocational skills. Vocational course. Yet women in many nations still lack access to education and vocational training.
Picturesque.
Pretty or charming like a painted picture. Picturesque view. Picturesque scenery. Picturesque location. Picturesque landscape. The coast scenery, especially in the south, is always picturesque and often grand.
Connotation.
Something suggested by a word or thing. Negative connotation. Positive connotation. Racist connotation. Emotional connotation. A good dictionary will give us the connotation of a word as well as its denotation.
Inherent.
Existing as a natural and permanent way. An inherent risk. An inherent danger. An inherent characteristic. An inherent contradiction. There are a number of problems inherent in the design construction.
Veto.
An authoritative prohibition. A veto of legislation. A veto of a bill. A veto of a reform. A veto of a tax. The veto has been a traditional system of diplomacy for centuries.
Assistance.
The action of helping someone by sharing work. Humanitarian assistance. Financial assistance. Technical assistance. Medical assistance. The research findings will provide practical assistance for classroom teaching.
Authenticity.
The quality of being genuine or real. The authenticity of a document. The authenticity of a statement. The authenticity of a guarantee. The authenticity of a check. Archaeological evidence may help to establish the authenticity of the statue.
Capital punishment.
The punishment of death for a crime. Support capital punishment. Advocate capital punishment. Oppose capital punishment. Abolish capital punishment. Capital punishment was regarded as inhuman and immoral in many countries.
Incorporate.
Integrate a part into the whole. Incorporate a feature. Incorporate an idea. Incorporate a system. Incorporate a technology. The new syllabus will incorporate a number of major improvements.
Intense.
Showing strong feelings or opinions. Intense pressure. Intense debate. Intense competition. Intense speculation. After many years of intense study, she received her engineering degree.
Penultimate.
Next to last, or second to last. The penultimate stage. The penultimate phase. The penultimate chapter. The penultimate paragraph. This penultimate section of the article deals with the anomalies of the characters.
Carnivorous.
Meat-eating, predatory animals. A carnivorous animal. A carnivorous mammal. A carnivorous species. A carnivorous plant. Among the carnivorous animals are the leopard, lion, and tiger.
Adventure.
An unusual and exciting or daring experience. Adventure sports. Adventure travel. Childhood adventures. Outdoor adventures. He was the real king who conquered lands for the love of adventure.
Underprivileged.
Having fewer advantages or opportunities. Underprivileged children. Underprivileged society. Underprivileged background. Underprivileged people. Children from the underprivileged background are likely to become involved in crime.
Immediate.
Accomplished without delay. Immediate access. Immediate action. Immediate evacuation. Immediate response. Cold-blooded animals are influenced by the temperature of their immediate environment.
Biodiversity.
The enormous variety of life on Earth. Animal biodiversity. Marine biodiversity. Global biodiversity. Threatened biodiversity. The mining project threatens one of the world's richest areas of biodiversity.
Marine.
Relating to the sea or the plants and animals. A marine organism. A marine environment. A marine ecosystem. A marine biology. A rising tide of man-made noise in the ocean can disrupt the lives of marine animals.
Crucial.
Extremely important and completely necessary. A crucial decision. A crucial point. A crucial question. A crucial factor. Operating a computer is a crucial skill in today's professional job markets.
Uniform.
Remaining the same in all cases. Uniform distribution. Uniform consistency. Uniform size. Uniform proportion. In current farming methods, it is easier to harvest plants that are of uniform size.
Compelling.
Arousing or denoting strong interest. A compelling argument. A compelling testimony. A compelling outcome. A compelling evidence. Despite the religious influence, it's a compelling and timely issue.
Testimony.
Evidence or proof of something. A written testimony. A false testimony. A court testimony. An expert testimony. The pyramids are a testimony to the ancient Egyptians' engineering skills.
Colony.
A territory subject to a form of foreign rule. A former colony. A British colony. Establish a colony. Govern a colony. The colony of ants is very efficient when they all work together.
Acknowledge.
To admit to be real or true. Acknowledge the existence. Acknowledge the importance. Acknowledge the need. Acknowledge the risk. We have to acknowledge that something is wrong with the new system.
Diversification.
Include more different types of things. Social diversification. Cultural diversification. Geographic diversification. Economic diversification. The study suggested diversification and rotation boost the production of crops.
Subsidiary.
Owned or controlled by another company. A subsidiary company. A subsidiary corporation. A subsidiary conglomerate. A subsidiary bank. The subsidiary companies will now have more autonomy than ever before.
Adolescence.
The time between childhood and adulthood. During adolescence. Before adolescence. Reach adolescence. Approach adolescence. Adolescence brings about major changes in a young person's body.
Ancestry.
The lineage of an individual. Maternal ancestry. Paternal ancestry. Jewish ancestry. Muslim ancestry. My best friend has both German and French ancestry in her blood.
Prolong.
To make something last a longer time. Prolong suffering. Prolong agony. Prolong conflict. Prolong recession. The teacher decided to prolong the test, giving 10 minutes extra to finish the exam.
Metaphorical.
Something that is used symbolically. Metaphorical language. Metaphorical meaning. Metaphorical narrative. Metaphorical approach. Their argument on health issues has a metaphorical as well as a literal meaning.
Demographic.
The statistical study of populations. A demographic change. A demographic shift. A demographic trend. A demographic transition. Fieldwork research requires knowing more about the demographic of the community.
Patent.
A government authority or license. A drug patent. An invention patent. A product patent. A software patent. If you don't patent your invention, other people may make all the profit out of it.
Archive.
A collection of older things. An archive of photographs. An archive of documents. A digital archive. An online archive. This vast archive has been indexed and made accessible to all types of researchers.
Reading.
The mating and production of offspring. Breeding ground. Breeding patterns. Breeding practices. Breeding program. The breeding of horses and sheep is of equal importance with agriculture.
Heritage.
Important parts of society's history and culture. A cultural heritage. An ancient heritage. A rich heritage. A musical heritage. It is our core responsibility to protect the World Heritage Sites.
Evoke.
To bring a feeling, memory. Evoke memories. Evoke emotions. Evoke feelings. Evoke empathy. Racial discrimination is likely to evoke a strong response in the viewer.
Proximity.
The state of being near space or time. Close proximity. Geographical proximity. Physical proximity. Intimate proximity. The best thing about the location of the university is its proximity to the city center.
In-depth.
In a serious and detailed way. In-depth information. In-depth interview. In-depth investigation. In-depth research. Experts produce in-depth reports highlighting problems and offering solutions.
Scenario.
A description of possible actions. A typical scenario. An unlikely scenario. A worst-case scenario. A best-case scenario. In the worst-case scenario, more than 1 million people might be affected.
Depression.
Feel persistently sad for weeks or months. Acute depressions. Symptoms of depression. Diagnosis of depression. History of depression. The symptoms of depression can include poor appetite and weight loss.
Dwindling.
Gradually diminishing in size, amount, or strength. Dwindling supply. Dwindling resources. Dwindling economy. Dwindling population. We have been experiencing a dwindling number of animals and plants in the environment.
Rigid.
Not able to be changed, or unyielding. A rigid structure. A rigid hierarchy. A rigid schedule. A rigid timetable. The Japanese have a rigid code of etiquette, which may seem fake to foreigners.
Biographical.
Dealing with a particular person's life. A biographical documentary. A biographical book. Biographical details. Biographical notes. There was a biographical note about the author on the back of the novel.
Pervasive.
Spreading widely throughout an area. Pervasive influence. Pervasive smell. Pervasive corruption. Pervasive disorder. They put the most emphasis on the pervasive corruption of high officials.
Consumer.
Propensity to consume and keep consuming. Consumer behavior. Consumer goods. Consumer privacy. Consumer protection. A survey has been conducted on consumer attitudes toward organic food.
Evidence.
To prove something is true or not true. Eyewitness evidence. Compelling evidence. Conflicting evidence. Forensic evidence. They haven't produced any credible evidence to support the claims.
Factor.
The things that affect an event, decision. Contributing factor. Motivating factor. Behavioral factor. Mitigating factor. There were several factors contributing to the recent decline of honeybees.
Census.
A periodic count of the population. Conduct a census. Carry out a census. A population census. A nationwide census. The increasing racial diversity of the U.S. is reflected in the latest census statistics.
DNA.
Cells that contain the genetic information. DNA testing. DNA fingerprinting. DNA profiling. DNA matching. In our DNA we all carry a genetic template for the next generation.
Initiative.
An introductory act or step. Government initiative. Research initiatives. Practical initiative. Diplomatic initiative. The research initiative is being undertaken by a group of environmentalists.
Commission.
Authorize the production of something. Commission a study. Commission a report. Commission a survey. Commission a research. The newspaper commissioned articles on the dark side of the fashion industry.
Privacy.
The state of being free from public attention. Privacy abuses. Privacy concerns. Privacy violation. Invasion of privacy. Celebrities usually accuse the press photographers of violating their privacy.
Satellite.
A machine that has been sent into space. Satellite data. Satellite intelligence. Satellite trajectory. Weather satellite. Similar results are believed obtainable using communication satellites.
Safety.
State of being safe from danger or harm. Safety awareness. Safety concerns. Safety features. Safety practices. Their actions manifested a complete disregard for children's safety.
Incentive.
Something that encourages people to work. A financial incentive. An additional incentive. A cash incentive. An extra incentive. Workers need to be given the incentive to improve their performance.
Curriculum.
Courses offered by an educational institution. A school curriculum. National curriculum. A core curriculum. A broad curriculum. All the schools have art and music as part of the curriculum.
Verbal.
spoken rather than written. A verbal abuse. A verbal support. A verbal attack. A verbal assurance. It is required that the job applicant must have good verbal skills.
Transitional.
In the process of change. A transitional period. A transitional phase. A transitional government. A transitional administration. Current healthcare facilities will continue for a transitional period.
Consecutive.
Following each other continuously. Consecutive days. Consecutive nights. Consecutive months. Consecutive years. After 5 consecutive defeats, the football team was almost ready to give up.
Contamination.
Making something dirty or poisonous. Bacterial contamination. Chemical contamination. Radioactive contamination. Food contamination. The disease is spread by the contamination of food and water by feces.
Prominent.
Important and well-known. A prominent role. A prominent figure. A prominent feature. A prominent celebrity. The government should be playing a more prominent role in promoting human rights.
Inference.
Process of reaching a conclusion. A reasonable inference. A logical inference. Draw an inference. Make an inference. The teacher asked the students to draw an inference based on the clues.
Unethical.
Morally bad, not ethical. Unethical practices. Unethical activity. Unethical conduct. Unethical behavior. The unethical behavior of the energy companies is posing threat to the environment.
Copyright.
Legal right of the owner or intellectual property. Infringe a copyright. Violate a copyright. Breach a copyright. Protect a copyright. Copyright protects the owner's work from being commercially exploited by someone else.
Traditional.
Relating to or based on old things. Traditional belief. Traditional marriage. Traditional practice. Traditional roles. Weaving and knitting are traditional cottage industries in many societies.
Friendly.
Acting like a friend, kind and helpful. Climate friendly. Consumer friendly. Environment friendly. User friendly. Friendly contacts between countries facilitate cultural and economic interchange.
Obesity.
Excessive accumulation of body fat. The obesity epidemic. The obesity rate. Childhood obesity. Adult obesity. There is evidence of a link between obesity and some forms of cancer.
Distinct.
A difference or contrast between similar things. A distinct class. A distinct category. A distinct type. A distinct entity. Her distinct work experience makes her the best candidate for the job.
Credibility.
The quality of being convincing or believable. Lose credibility. Gain credibility. Maintain credibility. Increase credibility. After the recent scandal, the government has lost all credibility.
Plagiarize.
To steal another person's ideas or work. Plagiarize a story. Plagiarize a speech. Plagiarize a passage. Plagiarize an essay. She has plagiarized most of the assignments from earlier studies of the period.
Racial.
Happening between people of different races. Racial discrimination. Racial inequality. Racial prejudice. Racial tension. This part of the community needs to be protected from racial prejudice.
Comply.
To act according to an order. Comply with requirements. Comply with regulations. Comply with laws. Comply with rules. The school was closed for failing to comply with government safety regulations.
Speculation.
Guess about the possible causes. Intense speculation. Widespread speculation. Fuel speculation. Spark speculation. Numerous speculations have been attempted in terms of climate, diet, or geology.
Compulsory.
Required by a law or rule. Compulsory vaccination. Compulsory schooling. Compulsory retirement. Compulsory insurance. English is compulsory for all students, but art and music are optional.
Violation.
The action of violating someone or something. A human rights violation. A copyright violation. A parole violation. An agreement violation. Amnesty International opposes the death penalty as a violation of human rights.
Transmission.
The act or process of transmitting. Transmission of disease. Mode of transmission. Prevention of transmission. Risk of transmission. The influenza virus has shown person-to-person transmission in a given place.
cooperative,
done or owned together with other people. A cooperative approach. A cooperative effort. A cooperative relationship. A cooperative research. Societies progress through the juxtaposition of cooperative and competitive processes.
portrait,
A painting or photograph of a person. A vivid portrait. A full-length portrait. A portrait painter. A portrait photographer. Line and color are the most important elements in portrait painting.
framework,
A basic structure underlying a system. Develop a framework. Establish a framework. Set a framework. Regulate a framework. We need to establish a legal framework for the protection of the environment.
convey,
Communicate ideas or feelings indirectly. Convey a message. Convey a sense. Convey a meaning. Convey an emotion. You need to be able to convey the subtle nuances of the meaning of each word.
inhabitant,
A person or animal that inhabits a place. Indigenous inhabitant. Native inhabitants. Local inhabitants. Original inhabitants. In the past, all the inhabitants on Earth lived entirely without technology.
pioneering,
Involving new ideas or methods. Pioneering work. Pioneering research. Pioneering concept. Pioneering initiative. The school has won awards for its pioneering work with the local community.
evolve,
To come forth gradually into being. Language evolves. Technology evolves. Society evolves. Technology evolves. If you want to be a poet, you must evolve your own style of writing.
Diverse.
Showing a great deal of variety. Culturally diverse. Geographically diverse. Ethnically diverse. Linguistically diverse. This mainland is geographically more diverse than any other continent.
Entity.
Something that has a real existence. A distinct entity. A separate entity. An autonomous entity. An independent entity. Nowadays, these islands can no longer be viewed as a single entity.
Degree.
A unit of measurement. Degree of certainty. Degree of danger. Degree of influence. Police work involves a considerable degree of flexibility and discretion.
Indefinitely.
The period that has no fixed end. Indefinitely suspended. Indefinitely postponed. Indefinitely delayed. Indefinitely closed. The exhibition has been postponed indefinitely due to a lack of public demand.
Rhetorical.
Relating to effective speaking or writing. A rhetorical question. A rhetorical situation. A rhetorical device. A rhetorical consideration. She was the writer of numerous rhetorical and theological works.
Unforeseen.
Not anticipated or predicted. An unforeseen circumstance. An unforeseen consequence. An unforeseen event. An unforeseen complication. Without an efficient system, unforeseen problems can develop into major setbacks.
Deprived.
Lacking a specified benefit that is considered important. A deprived community. A deprived childhood. A deprived upbringing. A deprived background. The poorest and most deprived people will receive special government help.
Artificial.
Used instead of something natural. Artificial intelligence. Artificial camouflage. Artificial sweetener. Artificial additives. This company's products contain no artificial preservatives or colorings.
Eradication.
The complete destruction of something. The eradication of disease. The eradication of poverty. The eradication of illiteracy. The eradication of racism. The eradication of smallpox by vaccination was one of the drug's greatest triumphs.
Exacerbate.
To make something worse. Exacerbate a problem. Exacerbate a situation. Exacerbate a conflict. Exacerbate a crisis. The current cuts in public expenditure will inevitably exacerbate this situation.
Flora.
The plants of a particular region. Alpine flora. Tropical flora. Aquatic flora. Bacterial flora. Flora in the eastern region includes over 4,000 types of plants.